Hello there, and welcome to UK Diesel Electric Railway Modelling. And just on a whim tonight, I decided I was going to do some modelling. Now, something to bear in mind: the weather is really hot at the moment, so I've got the window on the the balcony door open. So there's going to be traffic noise, but it's better than me, turning into a sweaty bag of goo. So that's unfortunate. But today I'm going to be painting a pair of Bachmann Class 90's. They're stripped, but I still need to finish off a couple of things before I start spraying. Unfortunately, I've gone and lost one of the TDM jumper plug things that sit inside the body, because I've gone and lost one in stripping it down. So I'm going to have to fabricate one of those. I'm just going to fill the hole. Eventually I'm hoping someone will make some etches, proper etches for them, in which case I can then solve that problem. But for now, I'm just going to have to stick a bit of plasticard in there to fill the hole. Excuse me. So before I start, I thought you might be interested in something else I've been working on. So this is a Lima 156, which I've been repainting. I need to do the orange stripe, but someone on the DMU forum, on the DMU website, has made some brilliant 3D printed and components for doing all the underframe stuff. So instead of that hideous box that would sit underneath, it's going to have some proper details, and I've been preparing them. So I've got some liquid lead in here to give some weight, but these components just are designed to slot in here, and it will be significantly better. So that's been something of interest lately, and just from looking at it like this, you can see that it'll be good when it's done. So that's just a little aside at the moment. But this model I've been working on here and there over the last week or so. When I got the 3D printed parts through, I've got 4 units worth that I'm going to be doing, and so when this model is done, it's going to be as good as any new DCC type model that you might get. Other than the limitations of what the 3D printing's like, because the Lima model was always pretty good for its time. The box on the bottom wasn't very good, but again, we're talking a model that came out in 1989, 1990, I think it was. Certainly while I've been modelling. This is one that I've resprayed, and it's looking quite good. This looks a little bit pale. But it's actually the same tan as using Intercity. Things that I'll be doing with this, I'll be fitting DCC on it. I'm going to be putting new lights in there, some YPAC lights. I'm also going to put the side lights that were there as well, and interior lights. Now, the bogie is the large motor bogie. That only protrudes a little way into it, so I'm looking at options to try and make it look right. So what I'm thinking about having is a plasticard partition, if you can imagine, something that's sort of like that, to hide it. And then I'll make sure the toilet window is here, and this one, if I can fit it, I'm thinking about having like a couple of millimeters worth of basically like a light box. If you've ever seen a light box, it's basically a wooden box with a light over the top, and you can just it's what you used to use to put negatives on and things like that, to be able to examine them. Well, for this, what I'm thinking is, if I stick a little box just inside it slightly, I can make it look as if there's an interior and just have a little LED at the top that just shines a bit of light down. So that might work. I'm even considering the idea of getting taking a photo, editing it up and things like that, make it look like it's the inside. So if you imagine looking inside, it would look like what you would see in there, the bike rack or things like that. So I thought that might be an interesting way to do it. So yeah, that'll be one of the projects I've got coming up ahead, but for now I'm going to get on with this, these 2 Class 90s. I have to apologise for my sloppy worktop. I really could do with tidying up a bit, but you know, it's one of those things you don't get around to doing until it's important to do it. So far all I've done with these is strip them down, and I also once they've been stripped in the isopropyl alcohol, for things like the grills, I just go in with a knife, a fairly, you know, pointy but not a new blade, because you don't want to carve into it. And all I do is I just, you know, put it in each one of the grooves and just go up lightly to ping away any bits of paint that are in the grooves. Most of it has come off, so it's looking good. So yeah, now what I need to do at the moment, as well as fitting the it's not that one. Yeah, this one's missing, so I've got to create, like I say, a piece of plastic card that I'll just stick in there, cut the top off, and you know, clean it up with the modelling scalpel. I also need, for this one, where the little TDM jumper cables went into the little slot there, this is the Railfreight distribution model, this is the intercity one, so I need to just put a bit of filler in these, the black dots here, which will oh, I seem to get, okay, this is a bit weird. Okay, let me just check something here, because I'm not sure if my stream is going. Let's just have a listen. Oh gosh, yeah, the audio in the background is pretty rough. Oh, it seems to be working. Let's just refresh this page then. Yeah, so okay, that seems to be fine. Okay, so the slot inside there, it the way Bachmann designed it is that the TDM jumper cables have, you know, they used to have a system where you'd sort of lift it up and pull the socket out, or sorry, pull the plug out, and then connect it into, you know, your loco and coach. Or another loco for that matter, because I mean, male on one side, female on the other, so that you could multiple work them together without having big massive boxes on the end like they did the 86s and 87s, and several other loco types as well. So what was I saying? Oh yeah, that's right. So the way Bachmann have done it is, for one version they've got that goes down the side with these small pieces of wire, plasticky wire, but you know, wire. And then for the intercity one they've done a later model, whereas the Railfreight distribution one they've done it as built. So it'd be nice if those parts were the ones that were on this one, but it isn't. So because what they found is, with these versions, it was difficult to access them, because if you imagine your Class 90, I just dropped a screw in my water. So where this was here, it was a bit of a pain for the shunters to connect. You know, it was a bit of a pain to try and connect to a loco or a coach, sorry, another loco or a coach, because of the rubbing plate in the way. So they just stuck them at the side, and not only that, on the 86s and early 87s, when they put it on, because they used to have, like in Imagine 86, it used to go like that. Sorry, it used to go upwards and have these little receptacles. They're exactly the same thing in Final 47.7s. Well, unfortunately, they seem to get a corrosion in them because they were pointing up, and so they just abandoned that and they just made a little pocket that you just sit it in. It's a lot quicker than having to open something and carefully put it in place and then close it up again. So, first thing I need to do is to use, that's too small. Needs a piece of plastic card. Yeah. Should have a thick piece in here somewhere. Did I take it out and not put it back? I don't seem to have it in there. Okay, I'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Just double up a piece of plastic card. Hi there, Richard. Hi there, Garton, and hi there, Kaz. Hope everybody's been enjoying the lovely weather lately. As someone who's agoraphobia, I don't go out very much, but I did manage to get out a couple of days ago, day before yesterday. So, I have a plan, a sort of a. Which one is it? It's not that body. It's this one on that side. On first. I'm just going to keep trimming the edge now, so it's the right size and width. So it's a teeny bit too big, however, that is deliberate because I need to. I'm just going to curve the edge because what we basically got is an oval shape. Actually, before I do that, let's get the filler and put the filler in this so that by the time I've done that, this will be dry, ready to be sanded down a little bit, and then I can get on with the painting. I need a tiny bit. Now it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen this summer, because usually railway modelling tends to be a winter hobby, because during the summer you go out and you do stuff and you go places and things like that, whereas in the winter it's kind of crappy to try going out. So this is the time of year when people go and have a barbecue, which means they don't do any railway modelling that evening, and all sorts of other fun things. So well, because of this COVID-19 thing going on, the social distancing thing, you know, it doesn't mean necessarily you can't, but you really shouldn't wherever possible. You may have already seen me do this on some of the other 90s that I did. I can't remember if I did that online. I think I did. Got some buckling on the grills there. Just brushing over the top with it with my knife to see whether it's they're both inny, as it were. I don't want any bits sticking up, because trying to file down the piece of plastic is a lot harder than filling over the top of the hole. Sorry, I think I might not have been in frame there for you. Okay, so something I need to tell you in advance of painting. I use different paints than other people. I use cellulose paint, and cellulose paint is really thick. It's like treacle almost. Think maple syrup, something like that. You know, it's quite thick and gloopy, and I have to thin it right down to use it. But it's really hard wearing, and I don't have to worry about it dries almost instantly. So, you know, I'll be able to get this job done even in an evening. You know, the longest part will be preparing the bodies for painting. I mean, if I could get modelling masks so that they would just, you know, do themselves, you just drop it on and there you go, then I could have this painted in a few hours. But I painted like a large logo 37 in an evening, no problem at all. And when I was posting about, hey, should I do this, I had someone saying, oh, it's going to end up looking rubbish. And it's like, well, yeah. And it occurred to me that what they thought I was doing was painting someone with enamel paints, because I said, you know, you won't have to wait an hour, a day to watch the paint dry. And of course, that's the normal thing that they say when it comes to using enamel paints. and leave it a day to cure, to dry. But cellulose paint dries so quickly because it's car paint. I mean, in a few minutes, when I've got this done, I'll go and grab some so you can see what it's like inside. And for those of you who don't already know this, I'm a bit of an expert when it comes to liveries, British Rail liveries. Many of you will have models running on your layouts, if you do the British Rail era, that are based upon my research. And the research came out of me using cellulose paint, because I've got a friend who got me into it, and he does model aircraft, and it sort of got me back into the model aircraft hobby, although I've kind of given that up now. And as a part, he'd been using cellulose paint for a long time, and he introduced it to me. Now, this is because I was going to be getting into airbrushing. He had an airbrush, he taught me how to do stuff, and you know, I learned the rest of the skills on the way. So, because he uses cellulose paint, it just like looks so simple to do that it's like, I should do that. That makes much more sense if I did the same thing. Okay. See what I mean about the noise in the background? I'm sorry about that. Nothing I can do about it. Hi Chris, how you doing? Did you like the class? Did you like the DVT and the Mark III? Were you happy with how they turned out? Okay. Right, I'm going to just push that out a little bit, and just going to put a bit of glue top and bottom. Just push it in. Just leave that for a couple of minutes. And then I'll cut it and file it off of the end. Now I've got another thing that I need to do. So while that's doing that, and while that's the filler's going, this is all the glazing that came out of the 3 models that I bought recently, because I've now got 11 Class 90s. I'm going to buy another one next week, and that will give me my minimum requirement in terms of liveries and, you know, what I need things to do. So when I strip my models, I just take all the bits apart, basically empty the shell, with the exception of the glazing, because, you know, the glazing can be glued in quite securely, and you stick a knife under it, next thing you know, you got a split right across your window. So when I strip them down, I just stick them straight in with the glazing on, because IPA, 96% or whatever it is, it doesn't attack the plastic, so you can just strip it right in there. However, of course, it does make it kind of horrible and cloudy. I mean, let me just hold this up for you. Don't know if you can see this. So what I do is I just take some of the IPA. This is 99%. It's actually 100%, but you can never be sure, you know, so just say 99.6 or 99.9 rather. And to activate it, all you have to do, if you get like 2 litres in a big, I've got a big a spaghetti tube with a clippable lid and a nice sealable top as well. It's long enough to take most locos. Mark 3's not quite as big. Okay, cool. I'm glad to see you were happy about that, Chris. So, what I do is I just get the neat stuff and stick in a Q-tip and then just clean the top, and you know, just rub over the top and inside. You can see the little bit of muck on there. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm off the screen. See if that helps. Yeah, okay, that's a bit better. Let's just okay, but just polish over the top of it. It will come up quite clear. I don't know if you can see this. So, yeah. But the parts that I need for today are the headlights. Two idiots. Perhaps three. Those are the kind of people who are going to kill someone one of these days. It makes me quite angry to see, actually. Okay, so I apologise, I'm not always looking at the live chat. Okay, so Gavin Partway asked Laura, how easy are the Bachmann 90's to take apart, i.e. pantograph removal wise? I haven't found them too difficult, actually. So what you effectively have inside, so you've got the pantograph parts, and it's got like two arm pieces, and there's the other. Actually, let's take this one because all the bits are on it. So, and you've got a little arm piece there, which is the bit that activates it, lifts it up and down, and then inside you've got a spring that goes around it. So this pokes through the inside, and that goes to a spring that's just held with a little peg. I just take my pliers, my tiny pliers, and then just squeeze it and pull it up. And you know, then you can, if you're careful, you can just use. I use curved tweezers to just uncoil it from around the little arm inside. And then next to it here, you've got the motor system here with the spring that goes to there, and that's another peg. Which has the motor part, which is this. So that goes that way, with this there the other way round. And all it does is it just pulls the arm one way or the other. So it's pretty easy to take apart. I haven't had any problems. I haven't had any problems putting them together again either. So it seems to be fine. Just keep that on there. Well, I suppose I do make it sound easy. I think it sounds easy because not necessarily that it is easy, but that experience has taught me how to do things. So, you know, it becomes easier as you get better at it. One suggestion I do have, if you're going to do take a Class 90 apart, is to take a photo of the inside, so you know how to put it back together again. Now when it comes to electric locos, I'm still fuzzy about what I'm going to do with my 90s. Sorry, try again. I'm still fuzzy on what I'm going to do with my overhead wires. So I'd like to have proper overhead wires. One of the things I won't do if I put actual wires, as in, you know, the wire across the length of the loco. One thing I won't do is have the I won't have pantographs touching the wire, and the reason is because over time it will score a groove. Over time it will score a groove into the pantograph, and you don't want to do that. So the plan that I have is basically have a jig. So if we can imagine, let's use the lines on my drawing board here. So if we can imagine, we use this Q-tip. Imagine that's your wire, and let's say that this is the pantograph that would touch the wire. I would have it set so that it's just a couple of millimeters lower than the wire, so that it looks like it's up, but it's not actually touching. Because, like I say, these are rather quite small, thin pieces of metal. If you can imagine a wire going across it, it's just going to score a groove on it. And it's also quite difficult to get on, in model railway terms, to get nice simple lines, size curves, without them being too tight. You basically end up having to have pantographs so much closer in order to be able to do it. Now, the bit that I'm fuzzy about, so I am annoyingly, and I say annoyingly, I mean it to myself, I have an eclectic taste, because when I first really started getting into trains, I used to live down in Devon up until 1991. It was about April-ish, and so the stuff that I grew up with, in my sort of teenage years, there's a little bit of paint here, gotta chip that away. Bear in mind, I'm not going to go on the bit that gets painted, I'm only chipping away at the outer edges, staying away from the... give me a second, I need a toothbrush. Oh, I've got a dead leg. Just broke a block. Just a little bit of paint that was stuck in the corner of the peg, because these have a little peg that goes in the little corner piece there. Yes, you're right. In the UK, in fact all railways really, I'm guessing trams would be the same as well, but yeah, that's exactly what they do. They zigzag, and not only do they zigzag, they'll also change height. So for example, a level crossing, the pantograph will, the wire will go up so that articulated lorries can go underneath, or semis, American language. So the reason I'm doing this little bit there is just so that I don't end up with a blob of paint, original paint in there, that will effectively make it set on top rather than closer to it. Nice thing about IPA, it dries really quickly. Got a good evaporation. For any of you that use, think about using acrylic paint, whether it's just weathering or painting models, mix it with IPA. IPA is a great thinner for enamels. Sorry, excuse me, for acrylic paints. Now, as I sort of started to say a little while ago, I use cellulose paints, and those, it's car paint, so it's a lot thicker than your normal model railway paint, but it's good, hard wearing, it's pretty opaque as well, which is useful. And also it's cheap. However, setting out to use it is an expensive thing, because you're not just, you can't just go and buy a little tiny pot of it. It comes in a litre or half litre if you're lucky. So it's like £20 for a tin, but I've got some BR Blue, a tin of that, and I'm never going to need any more paint ever again of BR Blue. The other thing that's great about it is that the Goldilocks zone is so much wider. So if let's imagine this is your airbrush and this is your model. In fact, there you go, there's your model. Okay, so between it gets either sucked or it's gravity fed, and as it goes through the airbrush, it needs to be thin enough so that it doesn't clog up either in there or on the nozzle. Because what can happen is, if you can imagine your nozzle is something like this, your nozzles has a recess in it. What can happen is, and you've got like your needle sticking out in the middle, There we go. So that's something a bit like that, much deeper in than that. So what happens is, if it's too thick, it can start to stick to the top of the needle or on the edge of it, and so you end up with a sort of a lump of you know, with a lump of paint. And then what happens is you go like that, and next thing you know, you get a big and it splats a big blob of it on, which can mean you have to strip it down and redo it sometimes if it's, you know, really bad. So the Goldilocks zone is so that you know, it's not too dry and not too wet, because if it's too wet, when it hits the model, it'll just go and splat. So you need something that, you know, it's thin enough to go to the airbrush without clogging it, and by the time it gets to that, all you've got is paint. And that's why I like cellulose paint, because if you can imagine, the Goldilocks zone is like this. With acrylic paint, it's like that: too wet, too thick, just right. With enamels, it's better, but then again, you got the long drying time. So, but this stuff, and you will see when I start, when I get to the doing part, the spraying part. Now, you won't see me spraying. I haven't got my spray booth in here. It's in my kitchen. The window had opened, and I got a spray booth with a suction blower. So, let's check this one. It's got a bit of paint on the inside. So you aren't going to see me painting today. What you'll see is me masking, and then disappearing for 3 or 4 or 5 minutes, and then coming back with a model that's painted, and then I will lift off the masking tape, and then I'll be putting new masking tape on the top of what I just painted just, you know, a few minutes before. And that's the reason why I'm doing 2 at the same time, because if you didn't already know this, in fact, let me show you. So this is the livery that I'll be painting it in. So it'll look like this. So what happened was, a bit of a history for you. So in 1992 there was the Freight Connection exhibition, and with the upcoming opening of the Channel Tunnel, they painted 3 Class 90s in Belgian, German and French liveries. Now, you know, and it was to cement Britain and Europe, you know, freight network systems coming in, because Channel Tunnel is going to be opening soon. So you know, so it was a gesture. And then 022, which I modelled recently on this channel, you saw me changing the numbers and everything. That was, so each loco was named Freight Connection in their appropriate liveries. So Vrachtverbinding, Vrachtverbindungen and Freight Connection. Interesting thing about French, look, connection's the same. It's because the word has roots with French. If you listen to French enough, you hear words that sound like they're English. No, it's thanks to the Norman Conquest and the 2, you know, Anglo-Saxons. So the Anglo-Saxons and the Jutes, the Saxons, and the French languages merging, where Normandy was conquered and the people had to accept that it wasn't a colony anymore, it was now home. And that's where the languages merged as the people intermarried. So that's why we got people like Nigel Farage with a French sounding name. But anyway, so so yeah, today I'm going to paint this one, and out of the 3 liveries, Railfreight Distribution, you know, they really did like this livery out of the 3. And of course, when they went into service, they had the yellow ends painted on each one. Now, I recently painted this one. This one's going to be the German one, and it's got, I don't know if you can see the thin, hang on, I need to change screens, because I'm looking at, I've got 2 options with the live screen. Okay, so you can just see it's got a little red line around the edges, and you can see the headlights are still masked. And you'll see how I do that now. But unfortunately, I painted the white and the yellow and the red all separately, and I forgot that the decal that comes with it, the Fox Transfers decal, that has the DB, that's designed for it looking like this. Now, I actually phoned Fox earlier today to ask if they could make me some, tweak it. Unfortunately, they don't think they can sell enough of them to do it, so they'll charge me £37 to do the job, which isn't that expensive really. And what I need is basically the S&CF stuff, maybe. I've got the old Fox Transfer sheet. I need to check it to see what it looks like on these 90s. But I found that the Fox Transfers one here was much too big. If you look on the side of it, the DB logo goes halfway between the grill and the bottom of the body, and unfortunately, so that would put it about here, but instead the decal is here, and then the numbers, so you'd only have like maybe ½ millimeter between the two. And of course, if you look here, you can see there's a lot more than ½ millimeter worth, so they're overscale. And for the front, the way they designed the decal, you spray the body red, and then this bit of red here for the DB logo, that's actually just a clear piece of the decal with the colour underneath showing through. Well, I'd have to paint the red and then touch it up or something like that. So it's like I basically want the red and the red logo, the red boundary with the white logo in the middle of it, to just go over this rather than have to put on an entire decal, because I still have to paint on the red line, and that's the problem. So disappointing, but and the same with this one. They basically got a decal that goes across the entire front piece, so again it wasn't really very usable. So I just want the black B, Belgian B. Anyway, so what happened was 1990 they have this exhibition, and they paint this loco like one of the French Cybic locos that were brand new at the time. And Railfreight Distribution thought this really looked quite good. Out of all the 3 liveries, that really looked good, and so they went and had a little play around. And so what they did was they painted 9136 like this, and it's more a BR, it's like a sort of, I don't know, paler yellow, paler orange kind of colour, but they thought that was look good, and then so gradually over time it sort of re-evolved again, and they made it a little bit more a solid livery with the Railfreight Distribution logo on. The guy who designed the original Railfreight livery didn't like this at all. He basically said that Railfreight Distribution, when you've got a good brand, you shouldn't need to write the name of it on it. I prefer the original Railfreight Distribution, but I do quite like this as well. I intend to have a pair of 47s, a pair of 86s and a pair of 90s, but for now I'm going to be doing one plus 90, and another variation to watch out for with the 90s and 86s. Not all of them had, you can see on the 47s it went up and across the top. It didn't do that on the electric locos. However, this one did have it going up to the top, but not all of them. Some of them didn't have the black around the windows pillar, so it was only that part that was like that. And 608, which was the first one done, and one or two other ones, that had a full yellow end like the 47s. So So yeah, so basically what they did was they used Oxford blue on the roof, they used a darker grey, and used rougher distribution lettering, and of course lowered the line, because on normal rougher distribution it kind of goes across the top between just below the windows, so the window and door is like that. So now for doing this livery, I had a piece of card around earlier, and I've kind of moved it, knocked it. I'll put it over there and then move the magazine. Fall down the back. Don't think so. But I spent some time today creating the dark grey, because I'm not very pleased with the colour that that Bachmann used on their 47. So I'm thinking I might use a slightly a lighter shade. It looks too dark to me. In fact, that was what I used, and I had a piece of card that I, sort of painted and then held it up, and it's like, it just needs a bit more slate in it. It's called International Slate Grey. But if we look at the Bachmann 47, it just looks a bit too dark to me. I don't know if other people can agree with that. So I think I've got about 24, 25 47s now, I think. And it's amazing that I've nearly got 12 90s. Okay, so now that these are all cleaned and ready, at least I think I cleaned that one. Don't think I did. I did have a bit of an accident today. So one of the things that can happen with these is that, it's painted and then this is stuck on afterwards. In removing it, I lost the middle horn on one of the bodies, not one of these ones, it's a different one. I borrowed it from the other one. And I'm going to hunt on the floor, but if I don't find it, I'll just fabricate something, because it's going to be inside and no one would notice. Okay, so I'm just going to skip across the top here. I'm just going to file lightly across the top. And then just going to back around the edge a little bit, just to get that corner definition. It's a little bit square on one side. Okay, right, that's fine now. And going to So I'm going to get my chisel blade. I'm just going to brush over the top just to get rid of any thick stuff. The top is flat, the bottom is angled, so it's upside down. If you use it that way, it won't dig in. If it's pointy, if it's done in the chisel blade, where it's the pointy bit on the top, then it's going to try digging in. Whereas if you stick it upside down, it'll just pare the top away, which is what I'm looking to do. Oh, let me go back to the live chat. So I was asked about printing my own transfers. I don't have one that prints white, and I need it to be white, so it needs to be red with white on top of it. Now I'm just going to use my curved blade to just sweep on the inside at the top. I've got a little piece of wet and dry. Yeah, my workbench is a complete mess. Every now and again I'll just go, right, I'm going to clean it, and then I do. But it doesn't take long for it to get messy again, because of course, you know, that file that's at the bottom there, well, I need a file in there, so I get that out and move something, and then I'm looking for something else, and when it's out I don't put it back away. So yeah, my place is, it's a mess. The good thing is though, I know where everything is. It's all on here somewhere. Okay, right, so next stage is to get the headlights on, but before I do that I want to paint them, because when we look at pictures of this 90s, in fact I need to still going to take a couple of minutes. Okay. Let's see. As I mentioned earlier, if you caught the start, unfortunately my computer went and scrambled up on me, so I had to reinstall everything, and I'd forgotten to put the OBS back on and all the other sort of stuff on, so I had to redo it. But so out with my photos instead. Most 90s I've got pictures of, but I'll see if that might work. Can't really tell so far. Hoping I'll have one that you really can tell. And you know, sometimes and you see there's an original one. Can you see how let me just change screens a sec. So if you look, you can see how, where's my finger gone? You can see how they used to have these little lift up jumper sockets in there. And then they turn them into little pockets that go at the side instead, because they were a pain to access. Oh, that was one of the, that was one I got. There were a pair of 90s plus, I think it was 4 and a DVT Mark IIIs. They used to do the North Berwick line for a little while. And it's like, oh, I'll do that. Okay. It's a bit hard to tell. That might be another option. Let's see if I've got a better one still. Ah, perfect. And ironically, 90022 is one of the ones that I've done like this to work with Mark IV coaches. So if you look at the lights, you'll see how it's white on the inside with the YPAC light inside. Let's cover up the whole screen for the camera, and it will then focus on its eventually. Come on, focus. Come on, there we go. Okay, and then it went off again. But what you've got is basically the inside walls. So you've got the inside walls that are painted white with the plastic over the top of it and the YPAC light inside. So I want to do that. And you can see it with Mark IV. That's the other side. And I got a whole bunch of different ones. In fact, probably mainline liveried. So notice how it's got yellow at the top. This is the other one I want to do. 126. I wonder if I've got one of the other ones which doesn't. There's the European ones. Got a mess on it, but that's exactly as I'm going to be doing this one. Exactly like that. And I'm doing it with the dark grey skirting, not the black as was added later. In this one you can see there it's black. this is the one I'm doing today. And this is one of the ones that I'll be doing when I repaint them. This one's got yellow at the top. There we go. There's one that has black around the top. So there's variation. There we go. A bit slightly better photo. So there you go. Two different locos, just one loco apart. That's 33. That's 34. That one's 35, which is the one I'm doing, although this is 035 because it had the electric train heating socket reinstalled. Only picture 136 I've got. End of a film, or start of a film maybe. So you can see how grubby they looked over time. Anyway. Just take a quick drink, it is rather warm. This one is particularly nice, apple and pear. It's kind of silky. Okay. Ouch! I've been sitting on my leg. So what I'm going to be doing first, I'm going to paint the inside walls in white. And I'm also going to need my gloss varnish, because that's what I'm going to glue these on with. If you use glue, it can soak up into it and you end up with you know, a misted up piece of glass. This is the Vallejo number 2, which is the matte white, and I keep them all in a little, you know, bunch of drawers. So I'd like to fill up the other holes. Maybe I'll do that soon. So paintbrush. Some people having a bit of a row downstairs. Just change screens so I can see what people are saying. Hi there, Piccadilly. Nice to have you come and visit. Look at the hair. Here's a question for you. Silly question, but I find it an interesting one. No, I don't. It's not interesting. It's just amusing. There you go. If you're going down an escalator, what are you actually doing? Because of course the word escalate is going up. Are you de-escalating? Silly question, isn't it? going to need 2 coats for this, but not a problem. So how has COVID been for everybody? I hope nobody has lost anybody due to it. For me, it hasn't been that big a problem for me because I don't go out anyway, so I have agoraphobia, so I don't like going out. It's really only had 2 impacts on me. The first one is that I've had to go out more because I hadn't been able to get any slots at the supermarket. However, I was fortunate to get put on the extremely vulnerable list, not because I was invulnerable to get hit by it, but more that I needed some assistance to be able to get food. But what happened was, by being on that list, it means that you can get on the there's like a priority slot system for some supermarkets, and it meant that I was able to get on that slot, get a sort of a slot once a fortnight, instead of having to, you know, hope that I could get one, which I never could. I have a confirmed one now, so every other Tuesday I get my delivery, which is good. The only other and the other impact that it's had on me is, so I started my transition in December 2018, and that was when I was referred to a gender identity clinic at Leeds, and I then had a screening call in February, which is where they weed out any people not really sure. You know, time waster is the wrong word, but effectively their resources are limited. And they can't just like have someone pop over for a little chat just so they can sort of help them get their head around it or something. So what happens is, if someone sort of is referred and in the screening call they're not really sure, they basically say, okay, well, our resources are limited, so if you have a think about it, we'll send you some information, have a think about it, and if you still need if you need any help after that, go to your doctor, ask him to refer you again, So, because the NHS is fabulous at almost every single thing, but it's really hopeless at a very few amount. And one of the couple things it's really bad is with mental health. This is the reason why mostly charities help people with mental health problems. So, because I have Asperger's. A friend, I met his mum, and she says, I think you might have it. And so I asked to be tested. It took 3 years, but when I went up to the local mental health department, they said they didn't have a budget for that, for testing for people for Asperger's. They don't test for Asperger's, and they don't have a budget for doing it either. And I was basically told they only have the facilities to deal with people with psychosis. So unless you're chasing someone up the street with a large carving knife, showing signs that you might hurt someone else or yourself, at which point they'll, you know, section you, lock you in a room, fill you full of drugs. Hyperbole, but you know. But for normal, average everyday health, mental health, they really don't have the ability to do it. So for the Leeds General Identity Clinic, the waiting list is extremely long. And for you know, according to their website, they have a budget for 27 people a month. More bracing idiots again. So they have a budget for 27 people, but they get over 100 referrals a month. So if you can imagine, if you've been shopping and you've had to wait outside in a queue, imagine a store where they've got 100 people joining the queue every hour, let's say, and they're only able to get 27 people through the door in an hour. You can imagine what's going to happen with that queue. So it's not terribly good anyway. So as a result, the waiting lists are quite long. Well, in February, I asked when the screening call, asked during the screening call, I said, when will the first appointment be? Or expected to be? And I was told 18 months. Well, 18 months means June 2019. So I should, under normal circumstances, be seeing someone from the General Identity Clinic, but sadly that's been put on hold for a few months until, you know, because the staff working there, you know, they're still qualified nurses and things, so they're helping people with COVID problems, which is perfectly understandable. And I'm not complaining about it. It's more like it's an unfortunate coincidence, you know. Obviously, my needs are secondary to people dying. So yeah, it's not like I think I should be seen before other people. No, it's just that you know, it's like just a time to happen. Just when I'm about to be seen. So it'll probably be the end of the year now. And the system, bad enough it is, because I'm ready for hormones now. Hormones being for hormone replacement therapy, effectively. They, you know, give me estrogen and testosterone blockers. So just preparing the lights, the light clusters. I got one missing. Pretty sure I got 4 out. Ah, there it is. Great thing about skirts, great at capturing loose bits of plastic. Okay, so I've now painted inside. Let's hold it up so you can see. So I've now painted white. It's probably not going to be able to be focused in. There we go, we just got some white on the inside of the clusters. So I'm now going to use the clear varnish, and I will paint a little bit on the inside edges, and then mainly on the edge, on the corner there. Make sure I've got no paint on it. Actually, I'll do the other one first, because that was the second paint. wrong way around. That needs cleaning again. Okay. First one is on. See if it will focus in. Come on, focus in the thing in the middle. It's not focusing. Lovely. This one's got a bit of paint on the top and bottom. Clean it. Hope you can hear me okay. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Chris, that a friend died. I'll give this another clean on the top, outside on the bottom. Okay, now the next one. Okay, that's the first one on. Not too much there. And once you get into it, it happens pretty quick, this. So that's one look done. Piece upside down. Last one. Okay, that's those all on now. Okay, so one of the important things to do when before spraying something is to make sure. Oh, I can trim this down now. What the cutter's got? The bit that's sticking through on the inside there. Trim that away. Okay, so I'm happy with that now. Okay, so as I was saying, so one of the important things to do when you're painting, especially if you're doing things that have got multiple elements to them, is to mask off areas that might end up having paint, because here's a simple rule: If you're not painting it, make sure it's covered. So for example, if you're only painting the yellow ends and you've only got mask there, you know, masked up to here. Let's say you've got your masking tape that only goes around this section. Well, if you're doing that, you might get overspray on the bit you've just painted. So it's always a good idea to just mask off anywhere where you're not painting. And so that's what I'm going to do now. I'm going to use this Tamiya masking tape. I do like the Tamiya masking tape. I'm starting to run out of it. So I need to get some more soon. But I'm just going to create just a short piece, and that can go on the inside of the glazing, of the headlight glazing on the inside, because of course you don't want to be, you know, painting the windows, or, you know, painting here like that and it's going through the hole and getting on in the hole that I've just gone and painted white, or even worse, the actual glazing itself. So seal it up from the inside so you can't accidentally spray it. Tamiya masking tape is my favourite one. I've been using it for, gosh, who knows, 25 years I'd say. Early 90s, mid 90s, mid 90s I think. Can be a bit tricky putting it in sometimes. Stuck to your finger, or in this case, my finger. To make my life easier. There we go. So that's masked on the inside. Right. So now I'm going to mask the headlights themselves. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some little pieces and just stick them over the headlights like this. A bit tight actually. Yeah, I think it's too small. Stupid of me to cut it too small. Still not quite dry enough yet. Pulled off the cluster. Okay, can leave those to dry because it still needs doing. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a small flat-headed screwdriver. There we go. So a small flat-headed screwdriver, and I'm going to just use it to find the corners. I'm not putting any real pressure on it. I'm just, it's almost like squeezing out the air bubbles in, you know, in wallpaper or something like that. So I'm just using it to find the edges. So just change screens. So if you normally I would just change the focus point, but oh gosh, I almost did it. There we go. You can see how. No, come on. Focus in. There we go. So you find the edges. Do the same with this one. So we've got an ambulance going by and the street sweeper. They're really not at all considerate to people doing live streams, are they? I don't watch football, but it was quite nice. It was quite nice to see Liverpool do quite well. However, I do think they were somewhat cheated because they may have done some hard work early on, but any of their opponents, you know, sort of, oh yeah, but they wouldn't have done it if they, you know, yeah, they did good at the start, but who's to say what would happen later in the season? Which is a fair point, but. personally I don't care. Football not a game I follow, but if you do like it, great. Okay, so now that I've got all the corners done, hang on, there is a way, I think, okay, I believe I can zoom in. Let's try that. Did that do anything? No, I don't think so. Okay. No, I didn't do it. Oh well. Okay, so now that I've got the headlight clusters defined there, I'm now going to take my pointy knife and I'm going to follow around the edge of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in on an angle like this. So if you can imagine the bit where it's recessed, I'm going to go in that way so it gets a crisper corner edge. And you can feel there's like a rough texture on the first pass, but the second one cuts in through, fully cuts through. You want to start at each end of the cut, because what will happen is you'll sort of cut to almost it and then go like that, and then you'll end up with a little corner piece. So it's, go that way and then go that way, so you end up with it good on both sides. And then it's not quite done there. Oh, I haven't even done the corner, that's why. And then just pick your knife in the corner, and if you've done it right, it should just all peel off around the edge. Just push it down again, just use the screwdriver, make sure it goes back in so you haven't got like a little raised bit in the corner where it's peeled off or anything. So now we just got it around the edge of the light. I apologise for not being able to get this in focus. Let me try downloading the controller software. Doesn't even show 920 here. 922, 920. Delete that. Downloads. Don't need capture. I've got it somewhere. Let's see if that's it. Just installing the software, sorry, it's going to take a couple of moments. So while it's doing that, I might as well get the second one done. Yes, that's the one. Oops. You could also use mescal and things of that nature. Problem with the mescal is it kind of dries a bit clear, and I always worry about whether it actually is clear or whether I'm just imagining it. It's like, did I paint it on? I think I did. That's two. Okay, I'm going to try something. Oh, it is working. Okay. Right, so now I can lift this up and then manually change the focus so you can see it better. There we go. Okay, back on autofocus. Okay. Right. So now that's all sorted, I can show you properly as I work. So I think something that would be really useful, so in the model aircraft industry there's a company called Edward, and they do masks for model airplanes. So if you want to do a canopy, you basically get the mask and it just goes over the you know, without having to cut it and shape it and all that sort of things. And there's, you know, things like canopies are really hard because they got lots of curves and things, so you have to kind of like do one layer and then another layer and another layer and then carve them out separately and so on. It becomes quite a pain, and believe me, I've done it. So it'd be like, you know, they do these masks for specific aircraft, and it would be nice if that existed for models. So if when I'm doing a project like this, or if you're just doing some, you know, imagine you're just going to do some weathering. You don't have to paint the glazing and, you know, all that kind of stuff. All you need to do is just get the you know, it'll have a sheet with all the masks on it. You just pick them off and stick them on and push it down and for all the windows, and then you can just do your weathering on top of that without worrying about it in the glazing. So yeah, I think that would be a good idea. And of course you could also have ones where it's the windscreen wiper. So you've got the clear bit where the wiper goes and the dirty bit around the edge where it doesn't go. Another idiot wheeling round corners. I live just off the main road, so I get it a lot. I'm a night person, so I would completely understand if people are like, yeah, it's 10 to midnight and I really should go to bed. I can understand if people don't get the chance to watch. It is a Friday night, so maybe just at least wait, maybe an hour, maybe probably less, when I do the first coat, and then I mask off for the second one. You'll be able to see how quickly the stuff I use dries. In this stage, don't push hard, you only need to push it into the corners, because if you push too hard you could end up moving the masking tape. Originally, Class 90s had a wider, as built, they had a wider piece of plastic that sort of curved around the edge. So originally the edge of this part came out to about here, but in practice, when it got hit by a pigeon or something similar, then it would break it, and there were a lot more screws to do. Instead they've just got, I think it's 4 on the top and 4 on the bottom now, with a little perspex panel, so it's much easier for them to do it now. Do you know something? Every now and again I get a piece of music stuck in my head, and right now is one of those occasions. I currently have... They built this city on rock and roll by Starship, I think it was. Both sides. Oh, it's already cut. Okay. There we go. All done. Right. Now they're done, they can go in undercoat. So I will be back in a couple of moments. I'm just going to give them a quick... make sure there's no bits of dust. It's one of the worst things that you can have when you're painting something. Okay. and we're back in a couple of moments. It's been a bit of a nuisance. I need to transfer data. So I set my computer up to transfer some data, and it didn't, it got stuck on something. So I'm just going to try and move it again. So it's 10 seconds now. Okay, while waiting for that to dry, I can show you Okay, so while waiting for that to dry, I might as well show you a couple of oh yeah. Oh gosh, that just looks weird. I'm trying to remember how to put it back as it was. I used to have two different screens around. At the moment I'm only showing one. Okay, so if I turn that off, oh okay, maybe not. Let's see. There's a thing where you can have multiple boxes, and I can't remember how to do it. On my other computer it's just set with two different boxes. So I can just transition from one box to another, rather than show you this one or the same, you know, just swapping things over. Okay. Oh, okay. Right, I think. Yes, okay, so. Shrink it. I don't want to shrink the size of it. Okay, it keeps the same. Okay, well, I'm clicking on something, it's not that. Okay, I'm just going to do that and then just check. Okay, yeah, right. So, class 156s. So I'm doing a couple. I'm doing 4, although it's actually 3.5. So I'm doing 156 409, which was one of the early ones. Started at 401, went up to 514. With the last with 501 to 514 being Strathclyde PT liveried ones. And you know, this is the same tan as you get on Intercity livery. This is provincial livery. Don't confuse provincial with Ridge Railways. They're different liveries, although they are very similar. So the real difference is that on the bottom it uses rail grey, so the kind of stuff you'd find on Railfreight livery. On large logo, the roof grey, that kind of thing. They then painted them in this livery, or some of them rather. This unit they painted in that livery because they had the 158s that were doing the long distance ones, and these were working with them, sometimes separating on the way. And it's like, well, one looked in an old-fashioned livery and one carried the new livery, and this was for the more express work. And again, this is provincial express livery. This isn't Regional Railways livery. Don't be confused by the fact it might say Regional Railways livery. Regional Railways in it. All that happened was provincial was rebranded. So these are super sprinters rather than sprinters, although if you notice this has sprinter written on it, and you'll find other units that didn't have that. And at first they didn't carry snowplows. There you see, as it was new, it didn't have a snowplow or an obstruction deflector. Let's get rid of that. I hate these. There we go. So that's the first one I'm doing. I'm thinking about adding more, but 438 is the next one. And 438 used to be interesting because it used to be one of the they used to have 4 units that operated the Sutton Carlisle line, and they were 3-car units. There you go. That's as it is, or as it used to be. And so what they did was they basically split two, a couple of units apart, and take one of the vehicles and put it in with the other one. So I have a 2-car set, and I can put a third one with it if I wish. And then it went into Northern Spirit livery. So there we go, 3-car set again. Notice sprinter, not super sprinter. Whereas other ones, for example, no, that's just sprinter as well. Uh, 470 is one of the centre car, is the centre car from that 3-car unit, but you can see this one's got super sprinter. So again, has a little bit of flexibility. I might buy an extra centre car, spare vehicle, so that I can have it either as a 3-car set or a 2-car or 2 2-car sets. Oh, that's already the same one. So 475, just a normal average one. 2 2-car units there. And I'm toying around doing one of the Strathclyde ones. If you can imagine, they managed to get to York, sorry, not York, try again, Newcastle and Carlisle on occasions. So it's tempting, it really is tempting. Oops, and having a nice shiny looking one like that. There were also, I'm going to have to look for them. I think it was. Oh, of course, I might not be transmitting that one. Yeah. No, I'm not showing that screen. Okay. I've got my settings wrong then. Why is that there? I don't need that. So you can change to each individual screen, but that's not what I'm trying to do. Unfortunately, it's on the other screen, but on my other computer. But suffice to say, that there was some 156, 158 hybrid units where they had a 158 vehicle and a 156, because what happened with the 156 158s is they're slightly different. They've got disc brakes with the disc that is attached to the side of the wheel, rather than a 156 and other DMU types before then that had clasp brakes that press on the surface of the wheel where it goes on the rail. Well, what happened was that outside in the countryside, you'll get, you know, the infamous leaves on the line, and this is where the whole leaves on the line thing really came from, because leaves on the line are a serious problem. Not only, you know, effectively what happens is leaves land on the track, train goes over the top, it squashes it, and it turns it into like a mulch. So it's slippery and slidey. If you've ever slipped on the wet leaves, this is exactly what we're talking about. And so what happened was that there were two aspects of it. The first was that they were disappearing off the track circuits for the signalman. So the signalman couldn't, you know, they just disappeared. And secondly, driver puts his brakes on to stop at the station, and train just slides through, and then next thing you know, it's got a flat spot on the bottom. So effectively he's got a wheel that has, you know, like a 50p flat spot on it. And you know, if you get on a train during the leaf season or just afterwards, you'll often hear locos like units with like dum 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 dum, you know, as it's going around, it's hitting the flat spot. So they have to be taken out of service one night and go through the wheel lathe, which of course reduces the amount of time, you know, lifespan of that set of wheels. So it's a serious problem. So what happened was they decided to try something which was to basically split 158s and put a 156 with it to trigger the track circuits and allow it to be operated normally. And they did. They took two of each type, so you ended up with 4 different units. And I'm going to do one of them. It'll be 158602, which was I think it was 751, and for I can't remember which one it was now. But now, so for and for the details on the 156 that I was talking about earlier, you can see how all the boxes and things like that, and a chap on DMU has done some of these, so I'll be able to detail up my models and have them looking good. So yeah, that'll be useful. It's a great piece. It's a great piece of modelling. I'm going to add a few extra bits and bobs to it because there's room for that. So for example, under the engine there are lots of pipes and things like that, so I'm just going to add a few extra little details. You can see here there's quite a lot of pipes and parts underneath, so like I say, I'm just going to add to something that's already excellent. So yeah, did you know that this is where the horns are on a 156? Inside a little box. Other units just have them nailed underneath. But anyway, so that's that one. And then and these are the locos that I'll be doing today. So it'll be 9135, when it was pretty new in the livery, because it was painted in when was it again? photos off. So let me look at my book. So this one was painted in, it's like 4, if I remember correctly, July 1994 at Tinsley, and it was actually the first one painted, the first 90 painted like that. Received the name Crewe Basford Hall at Basford Hall Open Day in that year. 86s didn't carry the livery very long. Most of them ended up going to Railfreight to Freightliner. But so yes, so that's how it's going to look, and it's going to look something like this. It's going to be almost X-Works, but with a little bit of dirt on it. You know, you can see how it had the sort of silver around the edge. I'll be doing that as well. There it is on Basford Hall, and you can see there. Remember I was saying about how it's white with a WIPAC light inside? That's what I'm trying to replicate in this project I'm doing today. You can see it's Oxford blue roof, international slate grey, which I don't know the British standard or RAL or Pantone number that they use. I'd love to find that data. I've had to mix my own because I wasn't really very keen on any of the ones that are publicly available, and of course I use cellulose paint, so without the number to know, I can't get it done. So I'm going to be doing it effectively like this. I need to change the settings so that it there it is. So fit screen, reduce or enlarge. I think that was it. There we go. So I'll always go to the full size. So yeah, I'll be doing it like this, but with a bit of dirt underneath. So it's done, you know, it's been a couple of weeks since the open day. Because I model up to 1985, sorry, 1995 rather. So, yeah, this is how it'll look. And you can see how the roof, it almost looks grey. But so, and I was there when it was the nameplates were unveiled. And I think I remember correctly, they went after this because Basford Hall was more a Freightliner facility than a Railfreight distribution one. And obviously when they separated, because a part of preparing for privatisation, they required them to be split up. Anyway, I'll leave you looking at that for a couple of seconds while I just go and paint the other side, or the underside rather, of the 90s. take a drink. Okay. So yeah, that's how it's going to look. And then the other one is original, is the French Freight Connection livery, and it's got quite a lot of orange on it, as you can see. You can also see how mucky it gets up there, because unlike normal carriage washer, generally you don't get the roof cleaned on electrics, because that whole electricity and water thing. With a Class 37 in the background there. Now I'm still undecided, because originally, if you look at the bottom here, so if we look up, actually, let me switch to, let me turn the camera. Okay, I think you're now looking at my desktop again. So if we look at the way the livery's been applied, it has an angle at the bottom here. So the bottom of all three locos here are painted in this dark grey, which is this grey here. So, and the buffer beam as well. So I want to have them in pretty much that condition, but with the yellow ends on. And now, about a year later, maybe not even that long, they redid it. All three of them ended up with black on the buffer beam and skirting, with the exception of 130, which had, you know, the grey going down to there. So they only repainted the bottom bit black and the buffer beam area. So do I go like this and have them as I like them best, but with the yellow ends on? Or do I, you know, and this was the short amount of time they were like this, or do I go for the majority of time where they were painted in a different way? So if I share, I don't know why it goes black. Does it go black for you or just me? You can see how it was black at the bottom. So there we go. I'm just going to check. Uh-oh. Live stream is just black. Just turn it on so everyone can hear. You can see how it was black at the bottom. Okay, unfortunately the live stream is not even showing it. Okay, that's frustrating. I've got something not right somewhere. Maybe it was showing when I was... No. Oh, this is frustrating. Was it showing my desktop? Okay, it's gone really, really weird on me. Okay, need you to help me with a test here. Can you see my desktop? Can you see my hands? Okay, it seems to have popped back on. No idea why. Okay, well, I'll make it easier then. So, this is when I saw 9129 for the first time in the new livery, and you can see how it's got the grey at the bottom, but later it ended up black. There you go, it's a fresh coat of black in fact. Did I have the... that was August 94. So for 130, excuse me, should I have it like this, where it's flat and black, or should I do it with the grey? I like the grey. I think that's it, I've decided just now. I've decided I'm going to go with the grey with just the yellow added on the end, on the top. I'm going to try doing it that way. And oh, I know what I can do. There, that was what I've done wrong. I changed it and not fixed it. Now, computer. Okay. How do I size it so it just fits? I think, yes, I am showing it. Problem is I keep having to remember how to do this stuff. It's one of those things, it's been a while since I did it, and now I'm trying to remember how to do it again. Scale filtering, no. There we go, that was it. Okay. So, yeah, early on, when it was first done, it had the grey at the bottom, and it's on an angle, you can see there, and then a grey buffer beam, and grey around the windows, and then, you know, so like this, it's just a bit dirty by them, and then later it had it black and flat on the bottom, and the others also ended up with black, just the whole buffer beam skirting area black. I mean, it would make it easier to paint doing it like that, because all I have to do is, you know, spray it with an undercoat, because I don't like it too glossy. They've only got the plain plastic. I prefer to have paint on it so it doesn't look too shiny and plasticky. The same with the bogies and underframe bits. The only reason I don't do that is because obviously they're nicely painted. So yeah, I think they also painted black on the front section there as well, when originally they were grey. But there you go, that's how I want it. You know, basically almost brand new, you know, almost fresh, but just a little bit of weathering in there, so it doesn't look like it's out of the box and on the track kind of thing. So yeah, okay. Right, okay, now I think you should have seen the screen jump from the train picture to the let's see, to my desktop. There we go. Thank you very much. Yes, this screen does look quite nice on my nails. I need to catch you later. Okay, right. The model should now be dry and ready to be painted. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and get the bodies, just to check over. Okay, so this is Halford's car primer if you don't already use it. I quite like it. I'm just going to give it a rub, just to, it's got ever so slight rough texture to it, so I'm just going to rub it down a little bit with my fingers. So get my visor out, check things like the grills. I don't want a bit of dust stuck on them. Okay, now I've gone and added a little bit too much. So, so if I just if you look on the end of my finger, let me just change to OBS for a second. Okay, and I'm going to manual focus the camera. Can you see how there's a little panel line at my finger, and you see how you can see it at the top, but at the bottom it's kind of faded. You can see it at the next one as well, over here, out there. Let me just see how it's sort of vanished at the bottom. So I'm just going to recarve it, and all I'm going to do is I'm just going to lightly use my knife and just draw it down. Go backwards a little bit. The same on the other side. Now I'm going to carefully just reopening it a little bit. I've got a little scratch on the side, just going to be a bit wet and dry. Just give it a light dusting. When I say light, I'm not putting much pressure on. anything that's gone in the middle. Just use your blade to lightly scrape off the top just to clean it up. Okay. I can put anything else that looks round, but I've got a bit of a kink in there. Okay, right, that one's good. This one's not so bad on the top piece. This side's bad though. A bit too much. One of the things that can be done with the undercoat, because this is just Halford's car primer. The only problem with things like that though is that you're basically going on the pressurization of a big can, and it it doesn't have a very subtle nozzle. It comes in 100% power, so it just has one setting. Effectively it comes out and that's it. But what you can do is you can take an old jam jar and put in, and just spray some undercoat into that, and then airbrush it, and it's a lot thinner. You can dust it at low pressures. Okay, I've got a tiny little piece of dust in there, a couple of pieces there. I'm just going around looking for tiny blemishes. So if I show you this, just autofocus, turn the autofocus off. So if you look on this, if you look here, let me just move the manual focus. Oh, didn't move it. Hang on. So it's that button. Not used to doing things with the wrong hand. Okay, so I'll look at the tip of my finger, and I don't know if you can see it, there's a small, can you just see? Right at the end of my nail there. Give it a bit into light. Can you just see a little black dot? Let me just try and focus it in. just a little black dot, and there's another just about there. See it? It's very difficult to tell. So that's one of those little blemishes, and again you can just rub your finger over it and it will disappear, and if necessary just use your fingernail and just tap it, just scrape it off carefully. Doesn't require very much. Like I say, just okay, right, now going to write underneath which one it's going to be. This would be 90035. This would be 130. Okay, so which colour should I paint first? Well, I could paint some white and then yellow for the ends, but I think I'm going to do that later on. I'm going to start with the rail grey first. So I'm going to go off and come back in a couple of minutes and you'll be able to see the rail grey. So I'm going to paint pretty much the entire body side, because one of the things you have to be careful of when you're spraying is there is a tendency for you to only paint what you're going to paint. Whereas, so you could end up with, you're sort of painting up here, but you're not getting 100% paint there. It's only like 70% paint. So you see a bit of the undercoat underneath. I don't want that. So I'm going to, get it better. I'm going to paint the whole body side, and then when the next colour goes on, it can be that. So I'll be gone for about 5 minutes. I hope you'll bear with me. I know this is a bit weird for you to wait like this, but I'll be back in a couple of minutes. You can listen to the traffic, or watch another video while you're waiting. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Apologise for all those people waiting, but here they are, both done. And if you can see that I'm touching them. I only painted them a couple of moments ago. Here I am touching them. I'm going to leave them to harden. They're touch dry, but I don't want to start sticking tape on them quite yet. I'll give them a couple of minutes. And I was going to do... Oh, that's right, yes. I'm back in a second again. Okay, this is one of my tins of cellulose paint, and it's British Standard 381C number 108 aircraft blue. So I'm going to get a piece of tissue just in case. There you go. And it's quite thick stuff. Neat. You see it's a lot thicker than your normal paint. But that is Ridge Railway's dark blue. Glad you used the tissue in the end. So that is the same colour I painted for this dark blue. And these stripes are all they're not decals, they're only paint. One of the things that I was also talking about the other day would be, it'd be nice if someone made masks for painting. So if you're doing BR blue, and you know how they got like the rail grey and then they got a little white line around the edge of it between that and the blue, wouldn't it be great if you could just have a mask which would be sort of a shape, you know, like a square but with a curved corner cut out of it, and you put that on the outside. So in this case they have it like a curved thing, and I was having to literally take masking tape and cut the curve, and it's not as precise as I would like. It would be nice if there was, you know, like I say, imagine a square with the curve cut out of it, which is the proper radius you would get on, let's say, a Mark 1 coach or something like that, or one for this livery, where you can either, and you could have both pieces. You could either have this part, so you just have the square with the curve on it. So if you want to paint the blue one, and you know, you can paint the blue, the white and the pale blue using that curve, and then just mask everything inside it and then spray the grey, you know, the tan executive light grey on the outside of it. Or you could do it the other way around. You could paint the tan as I did and then use, you know, the outer piece and have it there and another one there, you know, and then you know, you mask off the bottom parts and then you spray you know, spray the inner parts. So that would be good. I'm tempted to make my own effect, or I'm tempted to, you know, use something like this. Just use get a piece of brass and file a radius off the corner, so that I can just, if you imagine, imagine I want to cut that, all I have to do is take my knife and just cut around that, and that is my curve. Oops, gosh, didn't mean that to happen. Fortunately I didn't damage anything. But yeah, to paint, put that over there and just paint the inside bit. That would be really good. I think I'm going to make some of those. Okay, so I think these are hardened enough now. Keep an eye out for any bits of dust that might, you know, just little tiny lumps that might have come on. Okay, I'm satisfied with that. So one of them, you can see this one, I painted the roof, cab roof as well. This is going to be 9130, and that had the orange roof, and I thought, well, if it's going to have orange on the end and orange on the roof and orange across the top there, then I might as well paint those on. So I'm now going to start masking. Now I use two types of tape. I use this tape, the Tamiya stuff, which is great, and then I just use normal tape. I've got this one, which is a good one, this one which is not a very good one. I bought 3 rolls of it, but it's not quite tacky enough, and it keeps coming undone in places, so I have to kind of, you know, I'm blowing the airbrush and then it starts sort of peeling off, so I end up sort of having to go like that and put it back on again, you know, push it down properly. Oh, now this one has got had a bit that went into the onto one of the grills there, so make sure that's gone. Okay, so I'm going to start with 135. So I won't be able to see the live chat for a moment while I look up the pictures of it, but you will still be able to see me. Okay, so the most important part I've got to get is that first line. So when you're doing your first line, use wider tape. It costs a little bit more much of the time, but because it's wider tape, it has less chance of wobbling, whereas the thinner tape has more room for that. So what I need is something, if we look at the real livery, it starts just above the corner, so it's approximately there. Now, looking at, let me swap it for you so you can see. Let's make it fair. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So if we zoom in a bit, can you see how the little notch on the front, I've no idea what that notch is, but you can see how that notch in the front is approximately the same place. It's higher, you can see it's definitely higher. So it's actually just below that. So I'm going to use that as a guide to give me a closer hint. It's also, actually this might be even better. Look, we can see it's halfway between the doors. Yeah, it looks like it's halfway between the doors. So I'm going to give that a try and see how that looks. So you can see me, but I can see it. Okay. Oops. and aim. Okay, so that looks okay there. However, it's dropping down in the middle. You can see how the height difference between there and there is definitely not the same as there and there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my ruler and measure. It's 2 millimeters. That's a fraction under. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ambulance. That's good. Excuse me a second, I hear some loud rumbling thing. I'm wondering. Yeah, there's a train going by. Let's see what it is. Knocked off a bunch of things again. It's my own fault, I'm not very tidy. That one. And it's the 6E34 Liverpool biomass Drax, Liverpool to Drax biomass train. So there you go. Just heard it go by. Actually, what was it on? Does it say what was on it? Sometimes it does with GB Railfreight. No. Oh. I think it just occurred to me. Did I? Oh, yeah, she's still looking at me. Okay, cool. Oops. Okay. Right, happy with that one. And now I'm going to use my fingernail. I'm just going to push in there. This can work as well, but just to get it nice and tight, I can loosen it off to be able to. Okay, so that one I'm satisfied with. And one thing that you have to be careful of when doing something like this, when I airbrush, I will airbrush either at 90 degrees or to upwards, so that it doesn't go down and into any gaps left at the bottom. So another thing that's a nice signature there is just a little bit of masking tape below, and actually I think I'm a bit high on the end there. Yeah, that's it, that's better. Okay, so for this one, a little bit harder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure the distance. So I've got to push in the middle to make sure that's nice and tight. So this one I'm going to measure down, and it's 14 mil. Okay, so this one, just going to stick it across the bottom for a second, and then go in the middle, and too high. Oops, I keep slipping. It's because the angle, normally I'd go deeper, but I'm trying to hold it so you can see as well. You know what, I've got an idea. Take a bit of this plastic card, sorry, this bit of spare tape that I used as an example. I'm just going to do it the other way around. I'm going to mark 14 mil and just stick it across that. Oops. Oh, damn. That's 24 mil. Still 24. Use the other bit. that's not going to work. Oh well, nice idea while I was thinking about it. No matter. Just keep doing it until you get it right. Okay. No, still too high. I'll get it right in a minute. Okay. That one I like. Yep. See, it's the first one that's most important, because once you've got the first one on, all the other ones work from that, especially with things like stripes. Okay. It's a bit easier this time because I can just hold it at 14 and then see, looking at it, I don't think it's right. I think it needs to be higher on both sides by about 1/4 mil. I just need to get rid of that. That side seems okay. I must have it wrong on this side then. I doubt somehow that we made the doors higher. measure it right. Oh, I see what I've done. Well, it's the bottom, not the top. Okay, I'm happy with that now, but I've got some bits of dust in my grills, just in a couple of spots. It's just where tiny pixel paint is. Okay, so just get to push down. Okay, right, satisfied with that. Now I can use the thinner stuff. For the other parts. So that's the window pillar. Now quiet, it's got now there's no traffic. There's a constant supply of it, of course. Now from now on I'll start hearing the rumble of lorries go by, delivering to supermarkets. For the cantrell line, I can use the thicker stuff again because it's a line. This one's a lot easier to do because of course I'm not having to worry about it's much easier to keep an eye on the line. You know, it's easier to follow, see whether it drops down or not there. And that is not symmetrical. Okay, that's one done. Now you might be asking yourself, why am I doing the cantrell stripe instead of just painting up onto the roof? Well, the reason is quite simple. I don't want to have to repaint a lighter colour. So this is going to be a very dark grey, and I don't want to have to paint on some white and then paint the orange cantrell stripe. Let's drop down a bit. Probably didn't keep it taut when doing top things like this, because I might have sneezed somewhere out there. Oops. Morons. Don't know if you heard that on another car racing, and probably did 60 miles an hour from 0 just because, well, it's cool or something. Problem is, at this time of night on a Friday, that's when people are staggering home from the pub, if the pub was open, or mates. They're crossing the road then some idiot like these comes flying around the corner. Okay, so now that's done. I don't want any paint getting in on the edges, so I'm just going to stick some masking tape on the bottom of that. But I don't need the full thickness, I'm just going to cut it in half. A bit of fluff on that. Switch back. So I don't really think that's anything to say. No. I hope people are still watching. So it's currently got 7 people watching. Although at other times I've seen more. What does it say up here? 7 watching. Okay. Now you'll notice I'm getting as close to the yellow as I can, the yellow tape, so it's close to the edge of the can, because I'm going to reuse the bottom side. There's no point in wasting tape. Okay, so that can get folded in the ends, and then on the sides. The windows are going to be painted a different colour, so it doesn't matter on the inside of those. I tend to do the window frames last. And then need some more tape. Doesn't matter on the roof, that gets done at the end. Ah, good. Good to know. Thank you very much, Neil. Like I say, the advantage I've got with cellulose paint is normally, if you're using enamels, you'd need that coat, need to leave it a day to dry. I don't leave it an hour. So that one is ready to be done. This one's going to be a lot harder because I've got the orange. So you can see how it's got this orange angle on the end. So let's have a think. Should I paint the orange now and then paint the grey, or should I paint the dark grey and then? I think it would be better for me to paint the orange first. Do you know what? I think I'll paint these separately. Instead of doing both at the same time, I'll just do this one today. So this should take me another hour or two. So I'll be back in a moment, and this will have the dark grey on in a second. So I will be right back. Okay, apologise for the delay there. One person obviously went to bed. So the dark grey is now on, and I don't know, this is the first time I've used this grey, it's the first time I've mixed it, so I'm gonna now see whether these two look the same. And pretty much. I was worried that it, won't look right, but we'll see. Let's have a look. Like I say, I'm going to keep this. Reuse it. The noise that's going right now is street sweeper machines. Try and keep this so I can paint the yellow end, which will be might be next actually. Ripped it. Can only reuse part of it. However, it's a long piece. I could probably use that for the chemtrail strip. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do now is there's just a slight ruffle on the edge, so I just rub my finger across the joint just to clean it up a little bit, because I don't want it showing up too much. There you go. So that's the first colour up, 2 colours. That's done quite well. Let me just hold it up for you. I'm afraid the blue of the lighting makes it look a little bit weird at the moment, but there we go. So, like I say, I mean, I could change. I wonder if maybe changing to a yellow and make it look a bit better. Oh gosh, that went green. That's supposed to be yellow, not green. There you go, it's a bit more yellow. So, we'll see. Okay. So, now that's on, now we can think about the next colour. So, I'm going to look at them all. Think about which way to do the livery now. Should I paint the cantrell stripe and then the top? No, I'll do the yellow now. Right. Okay. So I'll do yellow and the black around the headlights as well. But I won't do them at the same time. I'll do them separately. So, okay. So what I'm going to do first, it's very difficult to keep hairs off the masking tape. Got another one right there. I've just cut the vertical as well. Did it with the scalpel very lightly. Tiny bit lump on it. Okay. And then, since I've got some scrap bits, I'm going to cut a. Oh, got a bit stuck in the end of my fingernail. Still stuck in the end of my fingernail. That was a place cut. Okay, that's one piece done. Got a little bit lumpy there. Lumps from the undercoating. And then I think tweak it a little bit. You can see why masking tapes is the hard. So masking is the best, so the most important part, because of course, you know, everything else surrounds where the tape goes on. If you don't get this part right, then you're going to end up with something that doesn't look very good. useful thing about 90s is that you can use the headlight edge to mark, sorry, to cut in. Okay, I'm getting a couple of problems with that blade, so I'm going to get a new one. Excuse me. I think I'll tweak this end as well. So rather than change it, it helps if I do the actual... Ow! Look. Keep your finger out of the pointy end. Yes, there's not supposed to be any red on this livery. Oh, you see, that cuts so much better. Bits of tape stuck into my fingers. other side. Spraying a transport for wheel 6758. I used a 1p coin to achieve the red downwards sweeps on the cabs. Nice idea. Okay, I want them. And I actually think the Transport for Wales livery is incredibly dull. It's grey, it's pale grey with a red band on the top and black around the windows, and it's like, wow, no stripes, no swooshes, no interest really. I mean, you would think something like Transport for Wales would use a red dragon or something like that. Imagine something like green with a white outline and a sort of big vinyl dragon in the middle, you know, going across all the, I don't know, just something like that. I don't know. Actually, I just came up with a great analogy for the transport for Wales livery. Have you ever seen that famous sketch of from Goodness Gracious Me, where some Indian guys and girls go into a English restaurant and ask for the blandest thing on the menu? That is a perfect analogy for you know, I think that's a perfect analogy for the transport for Wales livery. I do. I'll have the blandest menu on the blandest livery on the train. Okay. Now I'm going to mask for black around the windows too. So the key to doing this is to get masking tape as flat as you can. The flatter it is, the better. Because these are complicated curves. So I'm probably off the screen here. And then what I do is I just carve. Hi there, Scott. How's it going? Not done that very well. Not enough overlap. Not doing a very good job of this. I think I'll take the other route. I'll use the thinner tape, go around the edge, but still use a couple. I'm only going around the front, aren't I? So it's not as bad. Cut the tape a bit longer here. There it is. I'm not doing too bad. The sun has cheered me up. I haven't really been out in it. I have agoraphobia, so I don't go out much anyway. But no, it's certainly been warmer and more comfortable. It's my second summer as me, which is nice. My oops. So I didn't start going out publicly until August 2019, and in July my friend Alice came to visit me. Alice is like myself, and she came from the Netherlands, and she you know, we were going to go into Manchester to look at some of the sites, and she said, do you mind if I wear a dress or a frock or whatever it was? And I'm like, because like on my doorstep, once we're 5 miles away, who cares? But going outside my building and things like that, it's like, what will the neighbours think? Which is what always stopped me from transitioning. Anyway, so we went to Manchester, and I was literally sweating my nuts off. You know, it was roasting hot, and I was very uncomfortable. And it wasn't at all enjoyable. I mean, it was nice being out with my friend, but it wasn't. I could hardly call it enjoyable to be out roasting. You know, I mean, bear in mind that at this time the hills near where I live were on fire. You know, there were moorland fires over Manchester in a couple of different places. So so there we are in Manchester. I'm seeing women in nice, comfortable summer dresses, and I'm thinking to myself, I was wearing stuff like that just an hour or so ago. I'd be so much more comfortable like that than I am in these, you know, black tracksuit bottoms and a t-shirt. But like I say, my fear got the better of me, and so I wasn't able to do it. So in the summer I'll wear some nice summer dresses, and last year I got to do it because that was something I really wished I could do. Well, now I can do these things any day of the week I want. I could do it in the winter if I wanted to, not that I would. Just cutting a curve here, because that is going to be the top of that. Could make a bit more of a curve actually. So yeah, one of my bit ambitions for last year was, you know, in 2018 I was miserable because I couldn't be me. This year I will be me, I said to myself last year, and I was. It's prepared for. Move that away for a second. Whoops. Oh, where did it go? Where did my masking tape go? Oh, there it is. Always danger when it falls off because it could pick up a big, you know, some lumps of hair, fluff, whatever. time I'm use the slightly cheaper stuff. Okay, so when I paint this, I've got to spray some white and then spray yellow on the top. So if you give me about 5 minutes, I'll be back with this body, finish with another coat. Be right back. Okay, I'm back, but I'm also dying for a drink. Yeah, here's the thing though. So Scott Malcolm says, that was my biggest regret, not coming out sooner. If I could go back and do it all again. Yeah. The thing about it is, maybe you weren't ready to come out. My friend told me, said that to me. You know, maybe I wasn't mentally ready to be out, because coming out comes with the negative, of course. It comes back with arseholes out there who, you know, there's something I call the Brexit effect. Now, there are people that are racists, and what happens is you get a referendum and they now think that they have license to, I can now tell these black people they can F off back home, kind of thing. Well, because they get away with it, the homophobes get away with it, and the transphobes get away with it, you know, or the sexists, or the ageist, or, you know, things like that. It's like, oh, I can now say these things, ugly things in my head. And then they complain when they get kicked off Twitter or something similar. So, yeah. Nice thing I love about cellulose paint, it dries so quickly. I have had a couple of instances, normally I don't get any issues at all, but I have had a couple of instances where I've had to sort of put a rather thicker layer than I would normally put on, and I end up sort of sticking my nail across it or something like that, and I end up cutting a groove with it. But this one seems to be going without a hitch so far. You can see the livery starting to come alive now. And I now only have 3 colours to put on. So I'm halfway through, because I've got the light grey, the dark grey and the yellow. I now need to put on the orange cantrell stripe, and then the Oxford blue roof. So I'm just going to give this a couple of minutes to make sure that yellow is nice and hard and secure, because I don't want to end up masking on it and cutting a groove on it or something like that. So I'm just going to give it a couple of minutes. Not long. While I'm doing that, I might as well show you. So one of the guys on so I showed this earlier, and this very, very nicely packed thing is the Class 156 underframe pack. and it's got the engines and tanks and more tanks. These are the fire bottles if the engine catches fire. There's also this grid here. I'm gonna replace this because on the real thing it's like 4 vertical pieces with like a wire just, you know, going round, spiraling down on a square form. So I'm going to make a square. I'll make a square and then solder on the 4. Probably make it out. Get a piece of wood, cut, make it to the right square shape, and then I can just solder as I go around. But you know, and as I showed earlier, the idea is that the parts just slot inside, way around. Parts slot together like this. And that goes there. That one is about here, and that one goes actually, what's that there? I can't remember which way it goes. It's either that there, I think that's something else. Something like that. With some extra bottles and things on the end. Now, like I say, I'm going to add to it. I'm going to put some extra piping on. I'm going to modify that piece as I mentioned. I'm also going to have the pipe coming out the back, and you know, out from under the bogie and down up the back as well. I think that'll look really good when it's done. You can imagine a lot better than the big box thing that's normally under a 156. Might as well put these in some of the extra holes. And the ones that I've already prepared, I'm going to put some liquid lead inside. So this is a tiny lead shot, and so that will give it some weight. I mean, there's, I don't know, I can't even imagine how heavy that is. It's about half the weight of a mug, just in that alone. So that should give it a bit of traction. You know, that'll give it a lot more weight. I've got the other one. So yeah, that's got a bit of weight on it. However, what I'm considering doing to give it some extra traction still, and get the lid off again. I'm thinking about making a plasticard framework just about that long, and then filling the roof with lead shot as well, because that will then give it some real weight over the top of the motor. Actually, do you know what? I need to paint the orange stripe on this, and since the next colour I'm going to paint on is going to be orange, might as well do this as well. Let's get them both done at the same time. Oh, by the way, the chap who does these 156 underframes, he is probably going to end up putting them on eBay, but like me, when I do my Class 91, well, sorry, Mark IV coach upgrade, I'm not doing this to be in the business. All that's happening is that I will be I'm making the model for myself, and I'm just going to make some reduce the cost by making it available to other modelers if they want it. Going to need the other vehicle as well. Whoop. Okay, so because I'm painting, I don't want it getting on the inside as well. So I've painted the I don't want to be spraying something there and getting orange paint inside. Try again. I don't want to be so I don't want to be painting orange there and painting the inside of the window frames in orange. So I'm just going to mask off the inside. Well, the nice thing about just doing this little orange stripe is that it's only a thin line, and you can visually prepare that. The hardest part for this is to get a line that doesn't go too quite deep big on the over the door, because it's got a lip, and so I want it to, yeah, so it's going to get too low. No, not really, sort of. This is the Lima model, which the Hornby one is basic. The Hornby one is basically the Lima model, but it's got a new motor in it, whereas this has got an old Ringfield style motor. Doing a visual check. So that's going to go lower again. Okay. I'm going to use a couple of small pieces over the door to make sure, because let me just share it with you so you can see what I mean. So let me just turn off the autofocus, and can you see where above the door it gets lower because the masking tape is having to bend around it? That's what I'm trying to avoid. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick that, get them to go down, and then put a bit above it so that it can go. So the underneath will go down, but this can go over the top of it. You know what? Got a better idea. Can I make my life a little bit easier in this regard? I'm going to mask over the door completely and then hand paint it, which I'm going to have to do some hand painting for over the cab ends. You know what? Easier way still. I was going to cut that into several pieces. Now it's like, you know what, I'll just use thicker stuff I only need to do two that way. so it just goes over the top. Next week I'm going to be buying a load more masking tape because I'm running out. I'm getting close to not having any more. I know I've got some more in a bag somewhere, but like, yeah, I'd rather have too much for now than suddenly want to do something and can't do something. Effectively, the mojo effect. I don't want to get out my mojo. Yeah. So by doing it this way, I can still have all the masking masked, but I don't have to worry about going over the top. Sort of getting a thicker bit above the door because the tape was forced to go down. But one of the things I'm going to be doing with this unit, as well as doing the repaint and sticking some bits underneath, it's like, well, if I'm going to stick bits underneath, why don't I make it like a modern DCC vehicle unit? So I'm going to have interior lights and front headlights and tail lights, and I'm even going to give it side lights. So when the train stops at a station and the guard unlocks the doors, the red light on the side will come on, and then when the driver when he's ready to depart, he will or she will put turn off the lights on the side as part of the door locking mechanism, and give the driver the right of way, and the train will move away. And that'll be pretty cool, won't it? Funny thing is, actually planned to do this project many years ago, but it got put on the sideline again, like other things. And this is a perfect example of the evolution of how railway models have changed over the last couple of decades, because 20 years ago this was a normal kind of unit which had a big box underneath with a bit of raised detail on. Wasn't very good by today's standard at all. And then we had things like the 165, 166 and the 166, the 170 and the 158, which effectively had a motor partially sticking up, and the motor took a lot of space in the inside, and then you had like a triangle kind of section. You didn't have the complete underframe, you had sort of bits of it, so it was halfway, and then you had things like the 150 came out with all the boxes underneath, and that was like, wow. So you want everything to look like that. So the 150 hadn't been out very long when I said to myself, okay, I want my 156s and 158s and 166s, which will some of them be 165s, to be that same kind of standard. Obviously the new 158 has come out, which is a very nice model, but mine work incredibly well. The only thing I can't really have is interior lighting. Other than that, they're just perfect. They run fantastically well, so it doesn't seem to be much point in... Oh, sorry. I need to mask the end. Hear the dawn chorus started now. Can you hear that bird? Yeah, I sometimes wonder, things like birds, do they... I need to mask off the glazing on the inside as well. Yeah, I was saying, sometimes I wonder whether they've, got grammar and syntax to the song, or is it just like, come on love, I'm over here. I don't know why I turned them into someone from Lancashire. The reason why I asked that question about whether they got grammar and syntax and things of that to the song, to the bird song, apparently, something I saw a few years ago now, that dogs can have regional accents based upon the owners. don't know how they figure that out. I doubt there's a sort of Dr. Dolittle, or the bird equivalent of the guy, sorry, the dog equivalent of the guy on My Fair Lady. I think my biggest waste of time was masking up and painting all the lines on an Intercity 125 full train, and then I realised that I'd gone and masked it up badly, and so I ended up stripping it down, repainting it. Well, stripping it down, I haven't painted it yet. Still in an undercoat. And that's one of the things that I want to get done, because I've made a decision somewhat recently that when I build my layout, which should start towards the end of the year, I intend for to have a system where nothing goes on the layout until it's ready and finished. And that's going to work out as a good incentive for me to get my finger out and get work done. And what I'll do is I will concentrate on getting full trains finished. So for example, I've got a lot, by a lot it's more than 50, Mark II E coaches, some of which will become Mark II Fs. And I know that Bachmann brought them out, bought some out, but they would be too expensive for me, because I bought my coaches at £17 each from Hatton's, and I knew before they even came out that they were in the sort of 45–50 quid range, and sure enough, they were, even from the likes of Hatton's or not Hatton's, but Rails of Sheffield, that they were still £46 something or other from the box shifters. And I'm going to do some 3D printed underframe parts, and do some make some lighting kits for the inside, and that will be that'll be better than most other train models that come with lights in. Yeah, I'll be upgrading them to, make them on a par with Bachmann's model at the very least. Good thing is, while I'm doing this, just give them that yellow time to harden and cure. Like I say, I don't want to make a mistake, as I've done once before, when I was, sticking like the masking tape like this to get black around the windows or whatever it was, and I ended up putting a groove in it because it hadn't fully set yet. The other 90, I think I'll do that tomorrow. Okay, so now that's done, next one is the masking, is the orange stripe above on the chemtrail. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm just going to paint the blue roof, and then I will paint the masking tape. So then I'll paint the then I'll paint the orange stripe. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mask it ready for the orange stripe, but not add it yet. So I'm going to paint the ultra blue roof, then put on the, sorry, I'm off screen again. So I'll put on the put this on, spray the roof blue, and then I will give that a few moments, and then paint the chemtrail stripe. Sorry, mask off the blue, and then just have the chemtrail stripe between them. Then all I've got to do is paint the black, which means I can just go around there, mask there, there, and underneath there. Also do the windscreen, and then there's this one here which I can mask and then spray side. I'm going to give myself another, I think maybe where I took the tape off I didn't get it right. I'll have to redo that bit of yellow a little bit. I'll do it later. Get the orange stripe done first. Just need to have a couple of small pieces on the inside of that window pillar. Yeah, it's 3:26. I'm a night person. I had a nap in the afternoon as well, so I'm almost fully awake. Almost. Where are you to be asking that question? You in Australia or America or something like that? Okay, right, that's practically ready. I just need, actually I want to use this one, that bit. It doesn't matter if it gets down a bit on the bottom there, but that will be painted black later anyway. Need to buy some more masking tape soon, pretty soon. I had someone in one of the Facebook groups say that my livery, you know, I was prepared for it to be rubbish because, you know, I think he assumed that I was using enamel paints, and I'm not. I'm using cellulose paints, which are better in some ways. Okay, right, I will be back in a couple of minutes. I just need to paint that roof in blue, and then I will come back ready for the next colour. So ready to mask the orange. And when I do the orange, what I'll be doing is I'll be leaving this as it is, and then once the blue is dried, it just needs a few minutes, I will then mask the orange line, leaving the little gap, you know, half a mil, quarter of a mil is a little bit more like it. So leave a quarter of a mil gap, and then I'll just be able to spray in between the two masking layers. So I'll be back in a moment, and I'll play that with a blue roof. Yeah, I've not gone to bed. I'm still live streaming.
Oh, sorry.
Catch you later.
Okay.
Okay, bye. Sorry for that. My friend phoned me up. Okay, the roof is done. Very, 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 very dark blue. Nice and smooth as well, which is important. Okay, gonna leave that for a couple of minutes just to make sure it's nice and set. Let's have a look. Does it say what time I started? Okay, 5 hours 43. So it's taken me 5 hours 43. Excuse me for the ambulance. Just wait for them to go away. That's the police car. 2 police cars. So yeah, this has taken me 5 hours 43 minutes to, well, maybe not from the full spraying, because I probably spent the first hour or so prepping the body ready. So painting. If you watch the start of the video, you'll see. So I had to. So I painted the inside of the headlight cluster with some white. I put the masking tape over the top of the headlights, you know, obviously, so I don't end up painting them the colour of whatever paint I'm putting on. And then I went and undercoated. So that was the first hour, I suppose. But so it's taken me 4 hours-ish, 4.5 hours, you know, to get this far. And once this stripe is on, I'm just going to touch up that bit of yellow that flickered on the other one, and then I'm just ready to put black on, and this will be done. So it doesn't take that long. I mean, it's basically half a day's, you know. It's a if you think of a job as 9 to 5, it takes a day, 1 day's work to paint the loco. Now I've seen other people that do this professionally, and they take ages to do it, because, you know, if you think about this loco, there's 6 liveries: blue, orange stripe, dark grey, light grey, yellow, black. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 different colours on this. And what they'll try and do is make it so that you get all the same colour on at the same time, because otherwise you've got to leave that section a day to dry. Something like a Class 37, really hard when you've got all those little, you know, that sort of trio of 3 small grills, and then you've got all the Cantrell grills, and sometimes they're fully painted over with executive dark grey. Other times they're only sort of, you know, you've got the lines in between. So yeah, it can take a long time to do it, but the way I do it with these cellulose paints, I can get it done a lot quicker. Okay, so now I'm going to mask off for the orange stripe. I think, yeah. Now, one thing that is nice about this model, there's like a very small piece of like a little lip, very slight, you can barely see it, but it makes for a very good guiding line. This is the hardest bit to get right because I'm trying to get tape to go around a corner and it wants to go straight. Sometimes I might end up hand painting, touching it up, if it, if I get some sort of lumps. If I can get it right. See, I can see it's a bit lumpy there. Sorry, I keep looking up occasionally to see if anything's been left behind. I didn't say you say Canada before. We've got a friend who lives in Canada, a couple actually, but yeah, he lives in Edmonton, so. This time of night you get a lot of lorries, articulated trucks, bringing the food for the supermarkets. Okay, with the corners done, now I just need to do the stripe, the side stripy bits. There we go. Okay, and I'm trying to think. Usually the inside piece there is also the same colour. I think I'll leave it. I can always respray it afterwards. Okay, right, now that's prepared. All we're going to do is spray the orange. Well, I can spray a bit of white first and then orange, but and I'll do these two while I'm at it. So we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, that was close. Wow, that was close. I was spraying orange on a body shell that hadn't been properly masked yet. Let's hope I didn't screw it up. That would be a seriously irritating mistake if I've gone and added a bit of orange into my blue. Exactly the thing I said make sure you do earlier on in this video. Anyway, I'll be back in a second. Okay. I'm most anxious about this vehicle first, so this is the one I need to check first. Have I gone and painted a little bit of orange onto the dark blue of this? Oh, I got away with it. Lucky me. See, this can be reused. I am so lucky. Nearly stuffed it up. It appears I was fine. It's an example where a good controlled application of paint has worked in my favour. So effectively, not just lucky, but good. Yep. No orange bits underneath. Again, lucky. And now for this 156, all I need to do is just hand paint some of the hand paint the bits above the doors, because I didn't want the paint. So I didn't want the paint to get thicker as the masking tape transits over the door. I keep thinking I'm getting paint on my fingers or something. It's not. I'm touching the tacky masking tape underneath. See, this masking tape I can use on 90 130 tomorrow. Or maybe the day after. Next time I do my live stream, which I'll probably do tomorrow because I'm kind of in the groove. But maybe Sunday as well. I don't know. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to go to Manchester tomorrow. I might do. Okay, so got a nice thin So you can just about make out that thin orange stripe at the top. Let me turn off the autofocus, and there you go. Excuse me. Right. And now for the 90, just remove all the masking tape. Looks like I'm losing a bit of blue on the roof there. Yeah, I'm chipping a bit away. Yep. Rough the edge off. Oh. It's got a couple of bits that the white is showing through. I might hand paint that tomorrow. But overall, if I just change the autofocus, and there you go, you can see there's a nice orange line there, and it curves around there quite nicely too. A little bit high in the middle, I think, perhaps, but I lost a bit of yellow on the front. Yeah, I've lost a bit of yellow on the front. Oh well, I'll just mask off and touch it up, but I think I'm going to do that tomorrow because I'm getting a bit tired now, so I'm going to be I'm going to stop for tonight. So thank you very much for joining. I know I've yelled on for a very long time, and I hope you've enjoyed it. Yeah, thanks very much, and I'll probably catch you tomorrow or Sunday where I finish this and get this done as well. So have a good day, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.